The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman,
We will be done today.
Cutter,
Excused.
Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields, Gardner,
We could be done in 90 days next year.
Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger. Anybody? Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 32 present, 0 absent, 3 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Denver please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues and guests, if you'll please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move that the Senate Journal of Sunday, May 7th, 2023, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No! The ayes have it. You know, if this motion failed, it would be like we didn't do anything all year. You sure you want to do that? Well, some of you actually probably do. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 8, 2023, correctly revised House Bills 1048, 1249, 1294, and 1311. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1084, 1146, 1174, 1190, 1194, 1200, 1258, and 1309.
Conference committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019 to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your first Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1019 concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings and making an appropriation as met, and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee Representatives Story Chair, Froelich and Evans; Senate Committee Senators Gardner Chair, Gonzalez and Moreno. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Concurrent Resolution 1001 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Concurrent Resolution 1001, submitting to the registered electors of the State of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public, has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: one, that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised concurrent resolution with the following changes. Two, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted, House Committee Representatives Weissman Chair, Bacon and Lynch; Senate Committee Senators Gonzalez Chair, Gardner and Moreno. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1147 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1147 concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers and counties for a portion of the cost of administering driving examinations, setting limits on fees third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, and imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's licenses. Is met and reports that it is agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee Representatives Kip Chair, Bazenaker and Weinberg; Senate Committee Senators Winter Chair, Priola and Van Winkle.
Message from the House.
May 7, 2023. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bills 282, 164, 304, and 176 amended as printed in House Journal May 6, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 267, 286, and 271 amended as printed in House Journal May 6, 2023, and amended on third reading and as printed in House Journal May 7, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 145, 212, 306, 252, 64, 108, 298, 25, and 251. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1002 as printed in House Journal May 4, 2023, and has repassed the bill as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1108 as printed in House Journal May 4, 2023, and has repassed the bill as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1132 as printed in House Journal May 4, 2023, and has repassed the bill as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1105 as printed in House Journal May 6, 2023, and has repassed the bills amended. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bills 1181, 1205, 1199, 1215, 1242, 1255, 1285, 1295, 1017, 1057, 1240, 1283, 1112, 1120, 1189, 1253, 1257, and 1260, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has laid over Senate Bill 61 until May 9, 2023, deeming it lost. The bills returned herewith.
Message from the Reviser.
May 7, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 164, 176, 267, 271, 282, 286, and 304.
Will the clerk please add Senator Cutter to the roll? Members, back when I was a young lad, I sat in Senator Kolker's seat, and every vote I took, there were two eyes digging into the back of my head. And that was the one and only Senator Sherry John is back in the chamber. I knew she was watching every action I took as a freshman legislator and kept me in line. Welcome back. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Colleagues, we have a bittersweet day today as the good senator from Aurora and I are here to announce a joint tribute. So I'm going to read part of this and then turn things over to the good senator as well. So colleagues, here in the state of Colorado, the Senate and House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to Elizabeth Haskell. the Manager of Constituent Services and Policy and Research Team Leader of the Colorado Legislative Council staff, LCS. So the House of Representatives and Senate of the Colorado General Assembly wish to acknowledge Elizabeth Haskell's service to the state of Colorado as she retires, without permission from me, as she retires from the Colorado Legislative Council staff. Elizabeth began her career with LCS in 1990 as a summer tour guide and joined the LCS research staff in 1991. She initially staffed several legislative committees before transitioning to a role in special projects, including serving as a staff member in the Joint Legislative Library, where she worked to preserve legislative history, a passion she maintains to this day. From there, Elizabeth joined the Constituent Services team, rising to become Manager of Constituent Services in 2020. During her tenure with the team, Elizabeth helped grow Constituent Services into a dedicated section of the Legislative Council staff, offering a service that countless members of the General Assembly and their aides have relied on and continue to rely on daily. Through this work, Elizabeth assisted thousands of Colorado residents in navigating state government and finding resources to help improve their lives.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I'd like to also request a moment of personal privilege to continue this tribute.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition to Ms. Haskell's constituent services work, she has served on numerous standing and interim committees, becoming a team leader in policy and research section of the LCS in 2019. Over the years, Ms. Haskell has served as a mentor and role model to many members of the Legislative Council staff, upholding and instilling the LCS values of nonpartisanship, processing, including the sunset and sunrise process, committee procedures, and legislative history research. She has contributed to efforts to grow the expertise and professionalism of the Legislative Council staff by implementing training programs for staff, by improving and streamlining research process, and a tremendous leader during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, really, helping her colleagues navigate a new way of working together and implementing new legislative procedures, including remote testimony. Ms. Haskell's commitment to the legislative institution is unparalleled. Her many contributions as manager, mentor, and trusted loyal advisor will be greatly missed as she moves to the next phase in her journey.
On request of Representatives Monica Duran and Mike Lynch and Senators Rhonda Fields and Jim Smallwood, given the 6th day of May 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by Stephen Fenberg, President of the Senate, and Julie McCluskey, Speaker of the House and Representatives. Elizabeth, if I could, I just want to personally thank you for everything. I never would have made it through Health and Human Services Committee those first couple of years without you literally writing down every single word I had to say, including all of the icons for the gavel. So thank you so much, and on behalf of all the citizens of Colorado, for the work you do helping constituents. When we say countless, I think that accurately describes how many of our citizens you have personally intervened to help them navigate this complex system. You are an angel for dozens, if not hundreds, of Coloradans, and we very much thank you for your work.
Ms. Haskell, those applause are for you. Just as a way of a personal tribute, I want to thank you for being the staff when I became chair of Health and Human Services. You have a very quiet spirit as it relates to guiding the legislative process. You're very competent, you're very capable, you're smart, you're funny, but most of all, you are kind. And that's what we don't have a lot of in the world, is kindness. And you bring kindness and decency to this place and to your work. And for this, I am so very grateful. Congratulations and all the best to you and your family.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly, hereby recognizes Michael Nicoletti. Michael Nicoletti began working at the Capitol in 2004 when he was only 17 years old, interning for then Representative Sherry John. He became a legislative aide in 2005 and worked in that role until 2009. Since 2011, Michael has held various key positions in the Department of Labor and Employment, regulatory agencies, public health and environment, and in Governor Hickenlooper's office. Michael has earned a distinguished reputation and the profound respect of legislators, lobbyists, and staff from all parties and perspectives. Even after going toe-to-toe on policy disagreements, one can't help but admire Michael's steadfast honesty, integrity, and fairness. After 19 years, and he only looks 5 years old, after 19 years, Michael is transitioning out of legislative endeavors and will be sorely missed by so many in this Capitol. We wish Michael the best in his next step and extend our sincere appreciation for his many years of dedication to the General Assembly and the people of Colorado. On request of myself, given this day of May 2023 State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by our President, Steve Finberg. Michael, I just want to say thank you for taking my phone calls at ridiculous times in the morning, because everybody knows I wake up at 2:30. Thank you for taking the time on weekends. Thank you for being overly committed, showing what it looks like to have a nexus between the State Departments and us here on the second floor. Thank you for going above and beyond. We worked on a bill this year regarding Pat Teagarden's passing. It was a policy that his wife was not able to get a death certificate in a timely fashion. And we had some criticism and some pushback, and you really fought hard in order to make sure that we work better as a state to get people what they need when it comes to that particular issue. The last thing I would like to say, and why we appreciate you so much, is because there are so many young people who've never been inside of this building. I came in when I was 25 years old. I've been here my whole life. And they don't know if they belong or not. They don't know what goes on in this building. They don't know how important it is. And for you to be a model to say, I'm 17 and I'm coming in here and I'm gonna work and I'm gonna have an opportunity to learn under one of the best to do it. And I'm gonna have an opportunity to then go from departments to governor's office to so many other capacities. You emulate the trajectory of what so many of our young people want to be in order to get involved in government to make a difference in our city, our cities, and our state. And so we wanted to make sure that as you're leaving, we're all going to still call you and ask you perspectives and advice, but just want to say thank you so much, because you have been a blessing to so many people in our state that otherwise would not have had their needs met if you hadn't been in those positions. So we just want to acknowledge you, and members, please join me in thanking Michael Nicoletti.
Will the clerk please add Senators Danielson and Malika to the roll? The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. Senate will come to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1220 and House Bill 1048 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bills 1220 and 1048 to the bottom of the third reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills will lay over. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1294?
House Bill 1294, Representatives Bacon and Wilford, Senators Winter F. and Gonzalez, concerning measures to protect communities from pollution and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 1294 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1294. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundeen, Members, sorry, if you are a no vote, we're going to call it for those again. Are there any no votes on House Bill 1294? Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1294 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Hansen, Danielson, Priola, Cutter, Hawkes Lewis, Kolker, Bridges, please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1249?
House Bill 1249, Representatives Armagosa and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senators Simpson and Coleman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for young children by replacing justice involvement with community-based services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1249 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, most of the discussion in my closing comments I had last night, but a deep appreciation for all the proponents and opponents and stakeholders involved in this critical policy conversation.
Senator Simpson, can you hold on for just one moment? Members, we are in third reading, so let's keep the discussion down and pay our respects to the members at the well. Please proceed, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a deep appreciation for the process in this instance and how this really important policy unfolded over the last several months for me and for proponents and opponents for much longer than that. And a recognition of there's still an abundance of work to be done in this space. And I'm committed to continue in that space to improve outcomes for 10, 11, and 12-year-olds, for victims in particular, and for society as a whole. I know we can do better. I'm committed, along with my good friend and colleague, the good senator from Denver, to continue down this path and to come to an even better resolution going forward. I appreciate your support and adoption of hopefully a yes vote on 1249.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for your grace. Sometimes when I speak, the energy can be, it can seem offensive, but I mean no harm. But I appreciate your grace in being able to share some of the emotions that I've had in co-priming this bill with the good senator from Alamosa, my friend. So I've been proud to sponsor 1249 as a means of preventing crime, protecting kids, and building strong and safe Colorado communities. Throughout session, we've had children inside and out these halls, crying out for assistance, for action, and for their voices to be heard. And today, I feel like I failed them. One of the most intensely damaging experiences for a young person is interacting with the juvenile justice system. It is our duty to set the next generation up for success. But when kids get caught up in cycles of poverty and of crime, ultimately it is we who suffer. This bill would have allowed us to invest in solutions that are proven to prevent crime, to protect our kids, and to build safe communities. Unfortunately, what I think got lost in these conversations is the fact that we're talking about elementary age children. Young children who weigh 100 pounds on average. Young children whose typical bedtime is 7:30 p.m. Young children whose most popular book right now is Captain Underpants. And it's still Robert Rodriguez's favorite book. Excuse me, the good senator from Denver somewhere. Young children who they can't even ride all the rides at Ehlers Gardens. In this process, we heard a lot of people say that we're doing better than we did 30 years ago. And I'll just remind us all that 30 years ago, kids were still being sentenced to life in prison. And ads were being taken out in the paper calling for the execution of innocent black boys who were later exonerated. Instead of saying we are better than we were, we had an opportunity to say, how much better can we be? Where can progress still be made? Why are 10 and 12-year-olds being told that the only way they can get help is through a juvenile justice system? Those young people who were called dangerous were listening. Children in this age group came through here on field trips and listened. Most of them couldn't see above the wall into the glass to view the Senate, but they heard us. Nelson Mandela said, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." Despite hearing from doctors, nurses, therapists, teachers, administrators, lawyers, law professors, community members, parents, victims, and others, I'll say I felt like I was unable to rise to that occasion. Of building a better future for young children, creating safer communities while doing so. The juvenile justice system is not a privilege. It's a pipeline to prison. It's a pipeline to increase harm, recidivism, victimization, dropout rates, unemployment rates, suicide. Our bill offered a better way to manage low-level behaviors in young children. We carved out the most egregious crimes. We discussed how the status quo isn't working, and that recidivism rates for youth are unacceptable. Members, I remain eager for these important conversations to continue because they must. We must do better, and I know that we can. In the meantime, Strike Below is our attempt to do the most immediate good for young people with the funding that's available. I want to once again close by thanking my co-sponsor. It's a rare friend and intellectual partner who will willingly stand in the fire with you simply because they believe it's the right thing to do. I admire that commitment more than I can say. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for the conversation, for the discussion. I believe we're moving in the right direction. And I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1249. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Smallwood, Liston. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1249 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Gonzalez, Fields, Buckner, Priola, Winter, Cutter, Danielson, Bridges, Hendrickson, Rodriguez, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Hanson, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1311?
House Bill 1311, Representatives DeGroot, Kennedy, and Weisman, Senators Hanson and Hendrickson, concerning the creation of an identical refund payment of excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 2022-23 state fiscal year only.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1311 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm a little dismayed by this particular bill, more so the process. You know, I'm sure you feel the same as I do when you walk in here every morning. The honor, the rare opportunity to serve in this capacity in this amazing building that's here to serve our constituents, the ones who honored us with their votes. The process for this bill seems to be in conflict with that whole premise that we serve the people. In fact, our entire nation was founded on that principle that governments are created to secure the people's rights, but deriving their just power from the consent of those people. I received this message from a Coloradoan who lives nearby. I wish this person were one of my constituents, but not so. But she says, on Saturday, I was waiting for the floor to adjourn so that I could quickly drive to the Capitol and testify against Senate Bill 303. I all of a sudden hear that 1311 was introduced. By the time I drove and parked, 1311 was already on the House Appropriations calendar for testimony and first up. The bill language and fiscal note was not even published online, which I brought to the committee and sponsor's attention, but the sponsor had no shame. Tough luck. Would you like a paper copy so you can read it, digest the material, and testify, all within 2 minutes? Absolutely unacceptable behavior from my state representatives. I fear that all the decorum the respect that we show each other, respect that we show for this process, and for this building, this institution has been diminished in a very big way here. We are not the people's masters, we are their servants, and I hope that beginning January of 2024, we can start leaning towards that again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think this is probably one of my first times that I've come down to speak on a third reading, but having been pretty involved in the process of House Bill 1311, and just to see how things were done so rapidly and quickly with hardly any input, in fact, very little input from the public, I'm pretty dismayed. And I know some people accept it as the norm, that it's just the way politics works. But members, I'm really concerned. We can do better. The public deserves better. If they only knew what went on behind the scenes. You know, yesterday was the first time that most of us had even seen the bill, save maybe the sponsors, and how the process was rammed through with little or no public testimony, though I do give due credit to the chair of the Appropriations Committee. I know he tried to reach out, but on a Sunday morning, no matter what, people, the citizens of Colorado were not prepared or tuned in or able to have any idea of what was coming their way. And for legislation, not only on House Bill 1311, but Senate Bill 303, which affects almost every citizen in the state of Colorado, with so little input and so little idea by the public of how they're being impacted, I thought I would at least take a moment. Once again, 1311 is being purported to be a fairness in our Tabor refunds, but it really isn't. The people at the lower end of the income scale, yes, they're getting a modest, very modest increase. For those of you who might be listening in, for those of you who maybe didn't realize, for those people that earning up to $50,000, they're going to get, under this piece of legislation, 1311, a whopping $16 a month. $16 a month extra. And for the next rung, the people earning $50,000 to $100,000, which is a lot of hardworking Coloradoans out there, the carrot for your vote is that you will get $2.75 extra per month. That bears worth repeating. $2.75 extra for being asked to give away or take your Tabor refunds on down the road. Yet the people who have worked hard, very hard, diligently, and they probably employ a lot of these people, and they've sacrificed, they've done the right things in life, they're going to be giving up hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars a month. I don't see the equity or the fairness in this at all. And then to blend in what's even going to cost more to the people of Colorado is the impact at 1311 and how it's tied in to Senate Bill 303. What Senate Bill 303 is going to do to the special districts of Colorado, which impacts almost every citizen out there. There's probably some citizens that are not in a special district, but last night I recited just 25 special districts of the 1,800 to 2,000 special districts. Virtually all of us in this body have citizens in a special district, or we represent special districts. and it's becoming more and more known, and I'll certainly repeat it, that under Senate Bill 303, that the special districts just in a couple of years are going to lose some 91% of their backfill, which represents some $556 million. That's going to be real money to the special districts and to the citizens of these special districts that are going to be eviscerated and gutted by what happens with Senate Bill 303 and how it's tied into 1311. So there's no free lunch to the citizens. If you think you're getting a TABOR refund, they're basically, under this legislation, taking it out of one pocket, taking it out of your pocket and giving it to you another way, but you will be paying for it. So just as a final reminder, this all adds up to a vote come November that will be talked about. So I want to plant the seed right now to the citizens of Colorado. When you start hearing about it, remember you heard it here first, or actually you didn't hear it here first, you've heard it here many a time. Be sure and vote against referendum HH. We've tried to give you the facts. We'll try and tell you more. But while a lot of us will be voting against 1311 here today, I want to encourage all the citizens out there to be wary and be sure and vote against referendum HH. The train wreck is coming your way. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, more discussion. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I don't want to take a lot of time this morning. We have very little time left. But I wanted to comment about both the bill and the process. House Bill 1311 makes a significant policy choice about how we handle TABOR refunds. And you know, I've had reservations about how we do TABOR refunds in a variety of ways. For instance, we fund the senior property tax exemption to the counties using TABOR refund money, and then tell seniors, thank us for extending your TABOR refund. And when we don't have TABOR refund money, we don't have a senior property tax exemption, and we call that exemption a refund. It at least goes to each and every senior that qualifies without regard to their income or circumstances, so long as they owned a home for 10 years and haven't moved. We've had a lot of discussion about making that more fair to seniors who downsize and so forth. That's just an example of how TABOR refunds can be handled, but maybe not in a way that is the most fair for who pays in and who doesn't. It's become, and 1311 is a continuation of that, really the TABOR refund has become something of a wealth redistribution mechanism. So instead of refunding the money on some scheme process that takes account of who paid in and who paid a lot, and that's hard to calculate, but nevertheless, there are theories, and maybe the theories speak louder than the refunds themselves. We do that. 1311 simply says, doesn't matter how much money you might have paid in to contribute to the state's excess above the TABOR limit, we're going to give it back to citizens on an equal basis. Again, a policy choice. We're not going to do 6 tiers based on what people paid in income tax. we're not going to try to figure out income levels for sales tax, even though the federal government is able to do that based on adjusted gross income as to what people might have paid in sales taxes. We're not going to do it that way either. Okay. I don't think that's an appropriate policy choice, but it was a policy choice, is a policy choice that deserves more than, slightly more than 48 hours. Takes 3 days. 3 days total is 72 hours, and we didn't give it 3 days total. We gave it 3 days on the calendar. We're giving it 3 days on the calendar. There was a reason that the Constitution requires second and third reading in each chamber on different days. And long ago, people calculated you can do that in 3 days. I don't think the intent was in writing the Constitution was to say, well, it's really a good thing you can do it in 3 days. And I don't know that I've ever seen it done in the time I've been here or in the history I know of, done on so controversial a bill. I've seen it done on bills for which there was a lot of consensus, and we were still in session, and everyone agreed that we ought to get this done and get it done in the 3 available days we have left, because, I don't know, there's a court case that, may have had a finding that we didn't think comported with what our intent was. Something happens out there in the greater world, and we decided altogether that we needed to deal with it. But that's not what happened here. And in fact, this bill, in my mind, is coupled with 303 so that the ballot measure HH will have a greater chance of passing. It will be the money accompanying HH to say, oh, you need to vote for HH, which is itself a shell game, taking money out of one of your pockets and putting it back at the other and saying, would you thank me on the way? There probably will be an inevitable letter from the governor to the people of Colorado with these checks and various things touting how much gratitude the people of Colorado need to show for getting their money back. So I'm a no vote. I'm a no vote on this process. I'm a no vote on this bill. This is not what the people of Colorado expect from us, and my flooded email reflects what the people of Colorado think about this. I urge a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the bill. This is the bill that my integrity was challenged on. In fact, it was pretty much put to my face. This is the bill that several of us were called a vulgar name on the floor of the Senate. This is the bill where all decorum disintegrated in the Senate last night on the 119th day. This is the bill that the public process, the people were not served. In appropriations, the doors were locked. So the public couldn't attend. This is the bill that gets introduced on a Friday. And as you heard, it's supposed to have 3 days. Public deserves a lot better. This is the bill that we were told had a lot of negotiations. Lots of negotiations before it was introduced. Then why did we have to wait till the last 3 days? This is what happens when you do public policy, that's supposed to include the public, behind closed doors on the first floor. We were told the reason that we need to have a temporary change on how we refund Tabor dollars is for equality, so that we treat all of our taxpayers equal. That's what we were told about this bill. Make sure that all of our taxpayers are treated equally. Well, if that's our goal, then why is it temporary? We're only going to temporarily treat them equally? That's what this bill says. That's what we were told. That's good public policy? We couldn't make it permanent? We couldn't even ensure that the governor or any other elected official couldn't use your state or federal tax dollars to promote ballot initiative HH on our dime. We couldn't even assure that. We know it happens, but we couldn't even assure that. This bill is meant to give HH, Proposition HH, greater chance, in my mind, of duping the taxpayers. We went through all of that yesterday. Thought we were supposed to be able to have public debate. We went through all of that for you know how much? For you know what? So that single filers, 62% of single filers, could get $33 or up to $192 more back in their Tabor refund. Was it worth it? The only thing I'm thankful for is that my grandchildren aren't up at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night. And they weren't watching the Colorado Channel. I'm embarrassed. We should all be embarrassed. We disrespected the public. And we disrespected this chamber. All for somewhere between $33 and $192 for 62% of the people who file taxes. Great. I'm a no vote on 1311.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to 1311. I think the case has been made very effectively on the multiple process fouls that this bill has engendered as it's moved its way to this point in the discussion. I'm going to turn and speak to the people of Colorado about what this bill is and how frequently the bill that we deal with doesn't stand in isolation. It isn't only what it does on its face, it's all the other things that it does as it connects with other pieces of policy. This particular bill, 1311, interacts with another bill, 303, and a proposition that will be submitted to you, the electorate of Colorado, later, that will be known as HH. This bill, 1311, is a marketing budget, essentially. It's using the taxpayers' money that would be refunded to them under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in a way that's potentially very attractive. And I support returning the money that the people of Colorado have paid in taxes in any way possible. And this bill provides a way to do that. But it does it in a contingent fashion. It says you only get this money if you support Senate Bill 303 and Proposition HH, which will come to you in November. And you must know that over time, it will have the effect of eliminating altogether future Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is a line on a graph, and above the cap that line establishes, the money is returned to the people of Colorado. That was modified by Referendum C, which is a line that has a slightly steeper curve. So above that line, which is now less money available, that money is returned to the people of Colorado. Proposition HH takes and puts a third line on a steep curve, above which there will never be, in the future, available money to be returned to the people of Colorado. This bill, 1311, is a contingent refund for 1 year to convince you to vote against your self-interest for future refunds under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I would urge you, stand with us in opposition to 1311 in this moment, stand with us in opposition to 303, and when the initiative comes before you, be aware that Proposition HH, which is loaded up with incentives to get you to participate, will take away from you, in perpetuity, in the near future, your Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. I do also rise in opposition of House Bill 1311. You've heard a lot from my colleagues already, but I feel it really is my duty as well to re-emphasize my personal disappointment in the process. I think one of my colleagues accurately stated, we've passed bills here in 3 days, but we're talking about bills that have extensive stakeholdering involved, broad agreement, virtually no opposition. What we're talking about here is the exact opposite. What we're talking about here is $2.4 billion worth of our taxpayers' money. And to assume that these taxpayers were not interested in being part of the process, I think is flawed thinking. But I want to remind everyone in the chamber and anybody who's watching, anybody who's listening, $2.4 billion worth of taxpayer money that if you got off work or got out of school on Friday afternoon and went away for the weekend, you went to visit family, you went up camping, you went to the mountains, it is roughly 11:12 in the morning on Monday, and you've missed it all. You've missed the bill being introduced. You've missed the bill going to committee in the House. You've missed that debate on the floor of the House of Representatives. You have missed this bill coming to the Senate. You've missed this bill being in committee in the Senate. You have missed this bill on second reading in the Senate. And just now, as you've had your third cup of coffee, done the breakfast dishes, maybe thinking about getting ready for lunch, it is over. You have missed the entire process of how $2.4 billion worth of your money may or may not be refunded to you net. That's why I'm standing here. I was not involved, like so many of you, I was not involved in the crafting of this concept, in the ideas as to the necessity of why we needed to do it and the mechanisms of how we were going to do it. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I am here to talk about respect for the process, or in this case, what I view as lack of respect. I view it as disrespect to our citizens, to deny them the right to be involved, practically speaking, at any of the stages that the General Assembly customarily provides, allows, encourages remote testimony, anything that we can do, anything that we put out there to tell the citizens of Colorado, historically, we encourage you to be part of the process. We want you to be part of the process. We are listening to you. Yet for some reason, mysteriously, when it comes to refunding $2.4 billion of your money, feels like, to me, we slid this in when nobody's paying attention, when nobody has time to react, when so many Coloradans didn't even know this is happening. You left on Friday, you woke up on Monday, and guess what? You missed the whole thing. I think we're better than this, colleagues. I can't think of a controversial bill that's been done like this in the entire time that I've been in the General Assembly. I would encourage our colleagues not to do it in the future, and definitely would encourage a no vote on House Bill 1311. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1311. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1311 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Winter, Finberg. Please add the President. And Senator Sullivan. Buckner. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the balance of the third reading calendar lay over until later today.
The motion is for the balance of the third reading calendar to lay over later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar, third reading calendar will lay over to later on today. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for conference committees to report.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committees report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committees to report. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title? House Bill 1019.
House Bill 1019, Representatives Weisman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith, ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings and making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1019.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is repassage of House Bill 1019. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, 1019 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title? to HCR 1001.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001, Representatives Wiseman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the concurrent resolution that is the product of our interim committee work on the judicial discipline process. In the conference committee, we hammered out some last details that really were kind of hanging over from the interim committee work about composition of the Rules Committee, the composition of the Commission on Judicial Discipline, really more the appointment process, and we have agreement with the House on that, and we think we're in a good place, and we ask for an aye vote on the concurrence.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to echo the words of my co-prime sponsor and just state that this has been the result of many, many months of work. You all may remember that last year in Senate Bill 22-201, where we established the Interim Committee on Judicial Discipline, this is the product of that work, where combined with House Bill 1019, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 seeks to ask the voters of the state for a change to the Constitution so that we can more clearly establish clearer processes for judicial discipline in the future. This has been very thoughtful, iterative work. I'm grateful to everyone who has been a part of it. And colleagues, I really do underscore our request for an aye vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on HCR 23-1001. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the Conference Committee on HCR 1001 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the repassage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Members, just a reminder, this vote requires 24 votes. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, as my co-prime sponsor said, this is a culmination of many months of work. We had a lot of discussion over the summer, hours and hours, about how we would handle complaints concerning judicial discipline and what would the level of transparency be on them. The concurrent resolution does two big things, and by the way, they were not things that had a lot of discussion in the conference committee because they were settled. One is that we move the point at which the public would know of a complaint against a judge from where it is today, where the public doesn't know until that's a final matter. And we moved it earlier in the process, as many states have, that the public would know not when the complaint is filed, but whenever the Commission on Judicial Discipline determined that it would be pursued as an active matter. The second thing that we did relates to who decides on discipline for judges. Today, we have a process that a panel of 3 judges would hear the case, a special master process for the Supreme Court. I heard a lot, and by the way, let me back up. I don't think that process has worked badly at all. I think the process has overall worked well. But the public perception of that process has been that when a complaint is filed and if the Commission on Judicial Discipline goes forward with that complaint, the judges just judge the judges. And I thought and believe, my colleagues did as well, that that's a legitimate concern on behalf of the public. So we struck a balance, and today what would happen is that complaint would be received by the Commission on Judicial Discipline. They would investigate, they would determine whether or not to go forward. If they went forward, or if it wasn't somehow resolved earlier, there would be an adjudicative panel, a hearing panel in essence, made up of 1 judge, 1 attorney, and 1 citizen, so that there was a balance in who determines whether or not there was judicial misconduct. I think this is an important change. I don't know that the outcomes of cases will be different. You can never prove or disprove that. But I do think that the public perception of who is deciding whether there's judicial misconduct will hopefully shift. There's a lot more in the details of this, but this is important work and it's important change, and it will go to the people of Colorado as a referred measure on your 2/3 vote, and we ask for a unanimous vote, in fact, and hope to get one.
Again, members, this requires 24 votes on the motion for the repassage. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of HCR 23-1001. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, HCR 23-1001 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Senators Sullivan, Smallwood, Exum, Liston, Hansen. Mr. Minority Leader. Winter. Danielson. Buckner. Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1147?
House Bill 1147, Representatives Kipp and Senator Winter, concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers and counties for a portion of the cost of administering driving examinations, setting limits on the fees third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, and imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's licenses.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1147.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first report for the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1147. Are there any no votes? Senator Bridges. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, first report of the Conference Committee for House Bill 1147 is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1147. It's totally fine. What?
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1147. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1147 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Members, we have a special vote that's on the calendar right now. All those in favor in welcoming U.S. Senator Michael Bennet to the Senate chamber, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Who voted no? Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. My list. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 213?
Senate
Mr.
Bill
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 213 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion for Senate Bill 213 to lay over to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 213 will lay over to the end of the calendar. Would clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 003?
Senate Bill 003, Senators Buckner and Gardner, Representatives Wiseman and Wilson, concerning a Colorado Department of Education partnership with a nonprofit entity to create a program for adult education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 003.
Any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, this was just a small change in the appropriation, and it wasn't dollars. It was an FTE of 0.7, but not adding it really, but limiting the addition of FTEs based on the appropriation itself. So in other words, there was a large appropriation, not huge, acceptable, but the question then was, well, is that going to be used for FTEs or is it going to be used in the program? And so to ensure that that was limited, the House said that will be no more than 0.7 of an FTE. This was a good amendment, and we asked for an aye vote on concurrence.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 003. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 003 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is repassage of Senate Bill 003. Are there any no votes? With a vote of Senator Van Winkle, I never see you. Senator Van Winkle's a no vote on the repassage. Also, Senator Baisley.
Okay, they're yours.
With a vote of
No, I don't know.
33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 003 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Exum. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 034?
Senate Bill 34, Senators Fields and Pelton B., Representatives Evans and McLaughlin, concerning the definition of serious bodily injury in Section 18-1901 Colorado Revised Statutes.
Senator. Senator.
Which one are we on?
34.
Senator.
Oh, that's a good one. We're
Yes.
concurrent.
Yeah, we're concurrent. So
You wanna go ahead?
Go ahead. I've got the.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 34, that we concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 34.
Is there any discussion? See none. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 34. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we repass Senate Bill 34.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 34. Are there any no votes? With a vote. I got you, man. Come on, I got you. Senator Gonzalez as a no vote on the repassage of Senate Bill 34. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 34 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 54?
Senate Bill 54, Senator Danielson, Representatives Garcia and Velasco, concerning the duties of the Office of Liaison for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 2354.
Any discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just added some clarifying language and a couple of small changes that will better serve the families of those who go missing and increase the likelihood that they come home. It was really great to work with the amazing House sponsors and the community, and I urge that I urge an aye vote on concurrence.
The motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 54. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 54 to strengthen the Office of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 54. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle. With the vote, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Pelton B, Liston, Pelton R. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 54 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators, Mr. Majority Leader Exum, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, bless you, Buckner,
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 76?
Senate Bill 76, Senators Coleman and Marchman, Representatives McLaughlin and Villa, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Youth Advisory Council and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to SB 76.
Is there any discussion? Senator Marchman.
Thank you. So the House made some good changes. They made an opportunity for the council to do a request for an RFP to contract with a nonprofit to actually provide some staffing, operational and custodial services for our youth. They'll serve for 2 state fiscal years with the opportunity of extending every 2 years. And then the final thing they did is they renamed the review committee to the Rep. Hugh McKean Koyak.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And since I'm speaking to the President and I can't actually speak to any of the members, I'll ask through the President if any of us, by chance, have visited schools in our districts by a show of hands. So the beauty of that is when our kids come down to the Capitol or we go to see them, they might ask us how much money we make. That's normally second graders. They might ask us if we have a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. But one of the things that some of our older students ask us is about ideas and policies and situations where we can improve, and we've seen a lot of that here at the Capitol. It's been a blessing to serve on Koyak and the interim committee, and a lot of times our students have great ideas, but these amendments to the bill ultimately make it so that there's more teeth, that there's more responsibility, more engagement, but also allow them to have an FTE where there's somebody who's dedicated to making sure that these policies have a more concrete process. I can't think of anybody more deserving than this to be named after Representative Hugh McKean. He was a friend to all of us, but he was a fierce advocate for kids as he served on Koyak, chaired Koyak, and really wanted to make sure, along with our majority leader and others who have served in that capacity, to have our young people not be patronized, but to actually want to hear their policy ideas and see those come here to the legislative body. So I'm honored to be able to concur with these amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendments, and I rise ultimately in support of the bill. I had the privilege and pleasure to many times speak to the Koyak youth with Representative Hugh McKean. And Hugh, as you all know, wore his heart on his sleeve, and he wore his love for Koyak on his sleeve as well. It is completely appropriate for this to be named in the way that it would be named. And part of the beauty of Koyak is, and part of some of what these amendments bring, is a greater sense of reality to the work being done by these students. Now, I support the concept, I support Koyak, and I don't always, in fact, I frequently disagree with the policy provisions they bring forward. And I think that's healthy, and that's part of what the process should be like. And I think some of these amendments, in fact, help them step into that world of understanding that there is give and take in the policy development world. And I think that is good for them. But principally, I rise in support of the idea of naming this after Hugh McKean. And if Hugh, tragically he's not, but if he were here, he would say to each and every one of you right now, I love you.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments, Senate Bill 76. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of SB 76.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 76. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 76 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Buckner, Fields, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Lundin, Mullica, Exum, Zenzinger, Henriksen, Roberts, Hanson, Pelton R., Will, Baisley, Pelton B., Rich, Gardner. Please have the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 88?
Senate Bill 88, Senators Pelton B. and Fields, Representative Winter T. and Martinez, concerning an offender's eligibility for release from confinement.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We request that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 be given permission to go beyond the scope of differences between the two houses.
We have to.
And a conference committee be appointed. And we reject House amendments.
Senator Fields, is the motion that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 88 and that a conference committee be appointed?
Yes.
There we are. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 88 and the conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. After the committee, we would like to go, the conference committee, to go beyond the scope of the committee. I move to go beyond the scope for the conference committee.
The motion for the body is to grant permission to the conferees on the first conference committee on Senate Bill 88 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and permission is granted.
So now what? Good?
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 97?
Senate Bill 97, Senators Zenzinger and Gardner, Representatives Byrd and Soper, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding motor vehicle offenses committed by a person who is not the owner of the motor vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House Amendments 2, Senate Bill 97.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, members. This is the time of year, even the day of the year, the legislative session, when lots of bills come back and you're asked to concur, and I sometimes think that we give short shrift to what happened and people are told it's okay, go ahead and do it. I do agree that we should concur, but I want to tell people for the record what happened over there substantively. This is the auto vehicle theft statute. There was concern in the House that perhaps the auto vehicle theft statute would, not so much that the vehicle theft statute itself would be a problem, but that DAs would charge both auto vehicle theft and then because that crime also met the elements of general theft, that both of those would be charged. I don't know that that's much of a concern really in the real world. Auto vehicle theft has a specific statute, but the House added language that said to the effect that you could not charge auto vehicle theft and theft both if the elements were not different, if the factual basis was not different. And so I don't think it's a problem. I think it might have been practically unnecessary, but nevertheless, we ask that you concur.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 97. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Van Winkle. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 97.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 97. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 97 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Van Winkle, Mullica. Bless you. Senator Pelton R., Will, and Pelton B. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 148?
Senate Bill 148, Senator Cutter, Representative Lindsay, concerning property used to illegally manufacture drugs and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 148.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, in the House, they basically cleaned up some language for CDPHE, some changes they required of the bill, and added into, we have a database for talking about meth contamination in houses, and they required reporting on the remediation status of the property. They added that in, so I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 148. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 148.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 148. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Will. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 148 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 173?
Senate Bill 173, Senators Fields and Liston, Representatives Bradley and Joseph, concerning recommendations of the Colorado Child Support Commission.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 173.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, members, basically what the House did is they altered the membership of the task force and ask that you concur with us.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 173. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for the repassage of Senate Bill 173.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 173. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 173 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 186?
Senate Bill 186, Senators Pelton R. and Winter F., Representatives Winter T. and Wilford concerning methane seepage in the Raton Basin of Colorado and in connection therewith requiring the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to complete a study and making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton, Radiant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 186. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment did in the House is basically added $86,000 to go to CDPHE for use on clean water programs because part of this bill had to do with production water. So with that, I move for repassage of Senate Bill 186.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 186. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 186 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199, Senators Henriksen and Van Winkle, Representatives Lindstedt and Weinberg concerning procedures for the issuance of marijuana licenses and in connection therewith clarifying that the state licensing authority may refund licensing fees when an application is denied and allowing applicants the opportunity to renew a state license while local jurisdiction approval is pending.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 199.
Is there any discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House added an amendment that transfers excess dollars from the IDS print production line to the marijuana cash fund to fund any additional refunds generated by this bill, and they fixed an errant date that was in the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 199.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 199. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 199 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 203?
Senate Bill 203, Senator Fields, Representatives Soper and Marshall concerning the authority of the Office of the Inspector General in the Department of Corrections to apprehend fugitives.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 203.
Is there any discussion?
The amendments that they added was to require annual reporting. I asked for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 203. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 203.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 203. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Bill 203 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 275?
Senate Bill 275, Senators Janal and Will, Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning managing wild horses and in connection therewith, authorizing the creation of an entity to support management of wild horse herds in Colorado, seeking long-term solutions for horses removed from wild range, and making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 275.
Is there any discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the House added on as amendments were to keep the project under the Colorado Department of Agriculture and also include performance metrics for the fertility and stewardship programs, gives the Horse Management Area Friends groups seats in the working group, and it assures that there are no delays in any implementation of action items the off-range group recommends.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 275. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 275.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 275. Are there any no votes? Senator Baisley. Van Winkle. Minority Leader. Smallwood. Gardner. Helton R. Kirkmeyer. With a vote, Helton B. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, 275 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 285?
Senate Bill 285, Senators Priola and Hansen, Representatives McCormick and Dixon, concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith, changing the name of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and broadening the commission's regulatory authority to include the regulation of certain geothermal resource operations and interstate underground natural gas storage facilities and making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that the Senate concurs with House amendments to Senate Bill 285.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, the House made a number of amendments. L33 definitions, L32 some boots and suspenders, straps and suspenders related to ledge reporting. L31 more suspenders for reporting. L20 more suspenders for reporting. L28 technical amendment. L29 definitions around wells. L30 potential cumulative impacts, ozone, water, air, soil. L22 impacts of underground national storage. L21 technical support for local governments. I ask again for the Senate to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 285.
Do those suspenders come with a bow tie or a pocket square or socks? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 285. Are there any no votes? Senator, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 285.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 285. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Gardner, Liston, Rich, Helton B., Baisley, Will, Van Winkle. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 285 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 291?
Senate Bill 291, Senators Fenberg and Cutter, Representatives DeGroy, Kennedy, and Martinez, concerning the Public Utilities Commission's regulation of energy utilities and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Fenberg. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 291.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House adopted a number of amendments. I believe it was 5. All of them overall, though, I think do probably, there are two themes. One is to make it so it's easier to implement for the different types of utilities that are impacted, as well as provide more flexibility for how they get implemented over time. It ensures that the studies that are in the bill, that we get valuable information out of those studies and sort of messed around a little bit with what the outcomes will be, but didn't change any major policy from how it left the Senate.
So basically, the amendments were suspenders.
Suspenders and suspenders.
All right, the motion is that the Senate concur with House Amendments to Senate Bill 291. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Will, Rich, Pelton R., Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Van Winkle, Simpson. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 291.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 291. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Baisley, Will, Rich, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Gardner, Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 291 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 295?
Senate Bill 295 by Senators Robertson, Will, Representatives McCluskey, and Catlin concerning the creation of the Colorado River Drought Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 295.
Any discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House made one small technical amendment that fixed a statutory citation. That was all they did, to ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with amendments to Senate Bill 295. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, motion is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 295.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 295. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle, Baisley, Mullica. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 295 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Smallwood, Hanson, Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we will take a quick senatorial 5. After that, we will be moving directly into your supplemental calendar that has been delivered to your desks. They just need a little time to update the computer with that information. So I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Senate will come back to order. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88. Senators Fields, Chair, Roberts, and Pelton B. Decorum. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 164?
Senate Bill 164, Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, Representative Bacon and Weisman, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the amendments in the House on Senate Bill 164.
Any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendments were to the appropriations. And again, this was the result of much work from collaboration between the Department of Corrections, the District Attorney's Council, the Office of the State Public Defender, and we are grateful to everyone who has been able to, and also victims organizations, and we are grateful to everyone for their collaboration and ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Gardner.
I won't repeat everything word for word, but I adopt the comments and remarks of my co-prime sponsor. It truly was a lot of effort on the part of stakeholders, and we ask for concurrence on House amendments.
Seeing no further discussion, the motions that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 164. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 164 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 164. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 164 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 176?
Senate Bill 176, Senators Moreno and Cutter, Representatives DeGroy, Kennedy, and Bradley, concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 176.
Any discussion? Senator, Mr. Majority Leader, how dare I say Senator Moreno?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the House made a couple of amendments. The primary issue was how the enforcement of the selling of dietary supplements work if someone is under the 18 years of age. After a lot of back and forth with the Department of Revenue, they didn't feel equipped to be the enforcer on this part of the bill, and so the House changed it to simply that if you sell over-the-counter diet pills to someone that is under the age of 18, that is designated as a deceptive trade practice. I encourage your concurrence.
The motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for the repassage of Senate Bill 176 as amended.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? Yes. Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 176 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please add Senator Mullica as a co-sponsor to 176? And Senator Exum. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267, Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, Representatives Tatone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accept the House amendments to Senate Bill 267.
Any discussion? Seeing none. The motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 267. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
So in the House, they made a few changes. Instead of an automatic fee given to the Chatfield Water Authority for water quality improvement projects, they established a process by which Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission may review and approve a water quality user fee of up to $2 upon request of the authority. And it would not apply to Keep Colorado Wild or Centennial annual pass holders, but only to day pass holders. And the commission will review it every 5 years and has the ability to repeal it. So we ask the Senate concur.
And for the repassage.
Oh, we did concur.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 267.
Excellent. The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 267. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 267 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 271?
Senate Bill 271, Senators Roberts and Van Winkle, Representatives Kennedy and Snyder, concerning the regulation of compounds that are related to cannabinoids and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 271 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 271, that a conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 282?
Senate Bill 282, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, Representatives Weisman and Soper, concerning the creation of a Jury Appreciation Day.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 282.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be clear and point your attention to what the changes that were made were to this legislative declaration on this Juror Appreciation Day. The General Assembly further finds and declares that A, a trial by jury of one's peers in both civil and criminal cases has historically been part of the American legal system's promise of impartial justice, but in Colorado's history, not all citizens have been able equally to serve on juries due to race, ethnicity, or gender. B, racial disparities in jury pools have given some Americans reason to fear the outcomes of jury trials. And C, although access to jury service is more equitable than in our past, concerns remain in the present day about neutral application of common law or statutory law concerning the exclusion of certain potential jurors from juries. There is also, thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to walk through those changes. There also was a one-sentence change in Section 2 that clarified that on Jury Appreciation Day, each state agency shall remain staffed at minimum levels to conduct the usual operations of the day for the agency. With that, Mr. President, thank you for the consideration. I do request that we concur.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm going to ask for a no vote on concurrence. And I'll tell you a little story, because it's the last day, and this is kind of an interesting story. And I've told my co-prime sponsor I was going to tell a bit of a story. So Senate Bill 282, the Jury Appreciation Day, has an interesting history. And it starts with last year when the past president of the American Board of Trial Advocates started emailing then Senator Lee and myself and Representative Weissman, asking that we pass a bill recognizing a holiday, one of these non-observed holidays like Arbor Day, as Jury Appreciation Day in Colorado. And it was very late in the session, and we said we'd try, but we weren't able to get a late bill, and it just didn't happen. But we had told the stakeholders that, you know, we'll try earlier next year. Now, this is not something you're going to use one of your 5 precious bill titles on. Well, some people have more than 5. But if you're in the minority, you're not going to use 5 precious bill titles. So I actually mentioned to Representative Weissman that after all, you're in the majority there and you chair Judiciary, surely you can get an extra bill title for this. And I believe he thought he could, and it didn't happen, and it didn't happen. And meanwhile, the stakeholder, I won't mention his name, is emailing us really diligently saying, are we going to get this bill title? I set out and thought, you know, we can get a extra bill title over here. And I have to say the president and the majority leader were kind enough to give me an extra bill title on this. And then I asked the stakeholder if he would send language for this bill. And I got ledge deck language that was, I got legislative declaration language that was about the history of jury service, not so much the history, but the first jury trial in America. And as a consequence, we had this in Judiciary, Senate Judiciary, got it going. And then, to prove the adage that a former boss of mine when I was in the Air Force always used to tell me, no good deed goes unpunished. The bill goes over to the House, and they add the language that my co-prime sponsor read as an amendment. Now, we can discuss and have and do, and we discuss it in SMART Act hearings, and we've had bills about equity with respect to jury service, diversity in jury pools, and so forth. And one can debate the history of that. I just feel that this language detracts from the purpose of Jury Appreciation Day and turns the legislative declaration about the importance of jury service and jurors being strong and firm, because the story that you'll see in the original legislative declaration is about William Penn and the pressure that was placed upon the jury and his trial and how they didn't fold and so forth. It detracts from that overall story and politicizes what should be a topic of consensus. So with that, I don't want to go to conference committee on this. It's not worth the time to do that, but I have objection to the legislative declaration, as well as to the process on the declaration, because there is language around that topic, surely that I could have concurred in and thought was appropriate, because there are concerns about how do we get juries of one's peers, how is it that way? And so with that, I would ask for a no vote on the concurrence, and perhaps my co-prime sponsor has other comments. No, okay. So there we have it. My co-prime sponsor has asked for an aye vote. I've asked for a no vote, and thank you very much.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for our bill sponsors that they may or may not be able to answer because this was a House amendment, but the House added this section that says, on Jury Appreciation Day, each state agency shall remain staffed at a minimum level to conduct the usual operations of the agency. So one question, do we have agencies that are overstaffed in the state of Colorado? But more importantly, like I don't understand how that's going to work for like the State Patrol or the people over at Para or HICPUF. Like I don't understand how it's going to actually work in the real world. So I guess that's a question or maybe a comment, but thank you, Mr.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I note that even though I asked for a no on the concurrence, that particular thing is in other statutes that we have for these kinds of holidays. It is a fact that if one felt so strongly about Jury Appreciation Day that they wanted to take a holiday, they could trade out like their Christmas holiday for Jury Appreciation Day, or they could trade out, I guess you could trade out Mother Cabrini Day for a Jury Appreciation Day, or if you're a state employee, you could trade out the 4th of July. In fact, I'm wondering if we shouldn't designate the last day of the general session, the session of the General Assembly as a holiday, and we could do this. That language to the good senator from Highlands Ranch is just to say if you had a bunch of people came and said, it's Jury Appreciation Day, we want to have a picnic, you still have to staff your office. You can't close your office on that day. It's not that kind of holiday. I actually proposed at one point that this be a tribute, that we just do a tribute and say every day hereafter. And the stakeholders said, no, we really want it in the CRS. So no good deed goes unpunished. We ask for a vote.
That's right. There will be a vote. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 282. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Helton R., Helton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator.
I don't mind moving for repassage.
Having voted on the non-prevailing side, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill Jury Appreciation Day.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 282. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader and Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Rich, Pelton B., Pelton R., Baisley, Will, Simpson, Van Winkle, Zenzinger. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and please add Senator Bridges as a no vote on the repassage of Senate Bill 282.
Ooh.
Now with a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 282 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gardner. Oh, Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. President, I regretfully ask that my name be removed as a co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 282.
Senator Gardner will be removed as a co-sponsor, a co-prime sponsor of Senate Bill 282. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 286?
Senate Bill 286, Senators Hansen and Representatives Snyder and Soper concerning improving public access to government records.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 286.
Any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House changed 2 words in the bill, added the word mail and sortable, and took that as a marginal improvement to the bill. So I'm going to ask for concurrence.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so disappointed that those 2 words weren't quadratic Bodie.
Wow. Quickly, the motion is that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 286. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 286.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 286. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 286 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 304?
Senate Bill 304, Senators Hansen and Fenberg, Representative Marshall and Byrd concerning changes to property tax valuation practices and in connection therewith requiring property tax assessors to consider certain information when valuing real property, requiring certain counties use the alternative protest and appeal procedure in any year of general reassessment of real property that is valued biennially, and clarifying that data that a property tax assessor is required to provide at the outset at the request of a taxpayer must include certain information.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 304 and that the Senate adhere to its position.
Is there any discussion, Senator Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there were 2 amendments that were added in error, and the quickest way to fix it is to adhere. I ask for your acceptance.
The motion is that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 304, that the Senate adhere to its position. Are there any no votes? With a vote of, that's right, 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted, and the Senate will adhere to its position on Senate Bill 304. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
Good. Senate will come to order. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 271. Senators Roberts is the chair, Kolker, and Van Winkle. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, announcements on two conference committees. The Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 will meet soon, as soon as we can retrieve the House members, but soon in room 354, that's Senate Bill 88, room 354. And then upon adjournment of the Senate Bill 88 Conference Committee, the Senate Bill 271 Conference Committee will be happening next door in room 352.
Senate will stand in recess. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
Call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, not let any senators leave, and find those dirty scoundrels. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators.
Actually, I have some leverage, so maybe I will.
Baisley. Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cutter. Danielson. Exum. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Henriksen. Jaquez Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Coker. Liston. Lundeen. Marchman. Moreno. Mullica. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Sullivan. Van Winkle. Will. Winter. Zenzinger. Cutter. Danielson. Exum. Gardner. Hanson. Jaquez Lewis. Colker. Liston. Lundeen. Mullica. Priola. Simpson. Van Winkle. Winter. Danielson. Exum. Gardner. Hanson. Jaquez Lewis. Colker. Liston. Lundeen. Priola. Van Winkle. Winter. Exum. Gardner. Jaquez Lewis. Liston. Lundeen. Priola. Van Winkle. Winter. Exum. Gardner. Jaquez Lewis. Liston.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Motion is to raise the call. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Message from the House. Oh, and members, the court rule is relaxed.
May 8, 2023, Mr. President, the House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1304 and 1174 and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted to adhere to its position on House Bill 1258. The bills transmitted herewith. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statute Senate Bill 296, amended as printed in House Journal May 7, 2023, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statute Senate Bill 280, 92302, amended as printed in House Journal May 7, 2023. The House has adopted the second report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 16 as printed in House Journal May 7, 2023, and has repassed the bills so amended. The bills returned herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Current Resolution 1001 as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023, and has repassed the bills amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019 as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023, and has repassed the bills amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1147 as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023, and has repassed the bills amended. The House has voted to recede from its position and discharge the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1216. The House voted to concur in Senate amendments and has repassed the bills amended. The House requests return of the bill. In response to the request of the Senate, the Speaker has appointed Representatives Winter, Chairman McLaughlin, and Martinez as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences. In response to the request of the Senate, the Speaker has appointed Representatives DeGroy Kennedy, Chair Amabile, and Soper as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 271. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1309, 1190, 1249, and 1294, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted to recede from its position on Senate Bill 304 and repass the bills amended. The bills returned herewith.
Message from the Revisor.
May 8, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 302, 296, 280, and 92.
Conference Committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 88 concerning an offender's eligibility for release from confinement has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. One, that the Senate accede to the House amendment made to the bill as the amendment appears in the re-revised bill. Two, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted Senate Committee Senators Fields Chair, Roberts, Pelton B, House Committee Representatives Winter T Chair, Martinez, and McLaughlin. First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 271 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 271 concerning the regulation of compounds that are related to cannabinoids and in connection therewith making an appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill to the that as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted Senate Committee Senators Roberts Chair, Coco Van Winker, Representatives DeGroy Kennedy Chair, Amabile, and Soper.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 16?
Senate Bill 16, Senator Hansen, Representatives McCormick and Sirota, concern measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the second report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2316.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. We changed one number from 30 to 33, improving the incentives for retailers to help with the lawn equipment incentive tax credit.
The motion is for the adoption of the second report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 16. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the second report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 16 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 16.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I approve of the amendments made just now to the bill to help our hardworking retailers of Colorado, I still have issues with the bill, so I urge a no vote.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 16. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 16 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
The other two, the House hasn't had. Right, so we don't have anything. Yeah. What do you want to do? Consideration of House amendments.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Colleagues, calendars have been distributed to your desks.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills.
Yes.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 92?
Senate Bill 92, Senators Simpson and Hansen, Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning opportunities for voluntary emission reductions in agriculture and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 092.
Is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House made a couple minor adjustments, including updating the definition of aquavoltaics to photovoltaics. And if you'd like to know more, see me at 10.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 92. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 23092.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 92. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley,
You could probably skip that.
Smallwood. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 92 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 280?
Senate Bill 280, Senators Mullica, Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards and in connection therewith creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state, modifying the fee collected for the distribution of the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, cash fund modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, and allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard materials routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules and making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 280.
Is there any discussion? Doesn't have to be. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 280. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 280.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 280. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Simpson, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston. Pelton B. Pelton R. Minority Leader Lundin. The motion was to abolish the Second Amendment. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 280 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 296?
Senate Bill 296, Senators Pelton B. and Henriksen, Representatives Ortiz and Hartsock concerning changes to the Colorado Veteran Service to Career Program. Oh, sorry, that's not. I'm Bill, yeah. Where?
Right, 296. 296.
Sorry about that. Senate Bill 296, Senators Winter F. and Marchman, Representatives Bacon and Harrod concerning protections for students against discriminatory practices at school.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendments to SB 296.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 296. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Rich, Gardner.
They're good. Yeah.
With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of SB 296.
Motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 296. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 296 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
I'll just move to repass it if you want to.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 302?
Senate Bill 302, Senators Pelton B. and Henriksen, Representatives Ortiz and Hartsock concerning changes to the Colorado Veteran Service to Career Program.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 302.
Is there any discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. A date was changed to correspond when the current program expires and to align with the fiscal year.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 302. Are there any no votes?
Yeah.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to repass Senate Bill 302.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 302. Are there any no votes?
Thank you.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 302 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Smallwood, Exum, Lundin, Gardner, Van Winkle, Will, Simpson, Pelton R, Baisley, Rich. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of House adherence.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for purposes of House adherence. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order.
Okay. No, she's got it.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1258?
House Bill 1258, Representatives Charbini and Garcia, Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning creating a task force to study the costs associated with drug crimes and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recede from its position on House Bill 1258.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I wasn't able to read this. I didn't get this bill until like 30 minutes before, and before I got to read the amendments, and the majority leader was kind enough to lay it over for me to get the amendments to talk about overdoses. You needed studied some overdoses in this study. Also, the crimes that come with drugs. It needs to be a whole picture. So I asked for a no vote on the adherence to the House amendments, and it needs to go back to where we had it amended. Members, we need to, I understand there's some in this chamber that believes that we shouldn't have drug crimes, but there's also crimes committed due to those drug addictions, and that needs to be studied as well. If we're going to study it, that aspect of it with the drug crime, we need to study all the crimes that are with the drugs. So I asked the no vote on adherence. So,
is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to recede from the Senate's position on House Bill 1258. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson, Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Zenzinger, Bridges. With a vote of 19 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Move repassage? Do we move for repassage? Okay.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to repass House Bill 1258.
The motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1258. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Zenzinger, Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Roberts, Mullica, Simpson. With a vote of 19 ayes, 16 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1258 is repassed. Co-sponsors: Gonzalez, Rodriguez, message from the House.
Mr. President, the House has passed on May 8, 2023. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statute Senate Bill 303, amended as printed in House Journal May 7, 2023, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023.
Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 010, Senator Moreno, Representative Duran, concerning adjournment, sine die.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 10 lay over until later this evening.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 10 until later today. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution will lay over until later today. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a senatorial 5.
Seems like that would be best. The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5.
Call help.
Message from the reviser.
May 8, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 303.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 303?
Senate Bill 303, Senators Fenberg and Hansen, Representative DeGray, Kennedy, and Wiseman concerning a reduction in property taxes and in connection therewith creating a limit on annual property tax increases for certain local governments, temporarily reducing the valuation for assessment of certain residential and non-residential property, creating new subclasses of property permitting the state to retain and spend revenue up to the proposition HH cap, requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse certain local governments for lost property tax revenue and to be deposited in the state education fund to backfill the reduction in school district property tax revenue, transferring general fund money to the state public school fund and to a cash fund to also be used for the reimbursements, eliminating the cap on the amount of excess state revenues that may be used for the reimbursements for the 2023 property tax year, referring a ballot issue and making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 303.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we just got, literally, hot off the press, where'd it go? The revised bill, re-revised bill from the House. And so I'm not really aware of what all the changes were that occurred or where they occurred within the bill for 303. So just to remind everybody, I mean, again, we don't know what the changes were, and we're asking to concur with something that we just received, hot off the press. It's still warm, that we received from the House. After they've had hours to debate it over there, we get nothing other than, I guess, a motion to concur. So it's pretty hard for me to figure out why I should even concur. Why should anyone concur with 303 when we actually don't even know what's in this bill? This goes back to how this bill has been pushed through without an adequate public process, without adequate time to really know what's going on in these bills. We just really have not gotten that amount of time. I mean, this is major, major tax policy for the state of Colorado. We are making some major changes here. I mean, just the title alone, concerning a reduction in property taxes. That would be the short title. But then it goes on to say, and in connection therewith, creating a limit on annual property tax increases for certain local governments, temporarily reducing the valuation for assessment of certain residential and non-residential property, creating new subclasses of property, permitting the state to retain and spend up to the proposition HH cap, requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse certain local governments for lost property tax revenue, and to be deposited in the state education fund to backfill the reduction in school district property tax revenue, transferring general fund money to the state public school fund and to a cash fund to also be used for the reimbursements, eliminating the cap on the amount of excess state revenues that may be used for the reimbursements for the 2023 property tax year, referring a ballot issue and making an appropriation. How does this fit under the single subject rule? We're doing concerning, the title was concerning a reduction of property taxes. There is just so much here. It's about reduction in property taxes, reduction in the Tabor refund, putting money into a school fund for education, eliminating the cap on the amount of excess state revenues that may be used for the reimbursements for the 2023 property tax revenue. Members, in the House, this bill has changed from when we passed it out of here. And we had quite a bit of debate on this bill before it passed out of here. But in the House, they passed 9 amendments in either appropriations or the House committee. They've passed at least, they passed another amendment on third reading. Maybe they passed 2 amendments on third reading. So that was just tonight, so new information tonight. So if you were keeping track of this, as this was trying to go through, like I was trying to keep track, you can't even keep up because they're passing amendments over there and you just can't even keep up. There was another amendment that I think was proposed. I don't know if it passed. Then there were like 19 amendments that were lost on seconds in the House. So we're talking about a lot of amendments, and now we're being asked just to concur. This is literally a bill that there was a press conference on 1 week ago today. Last Monday, there was a press conference at noon, said we're going to save people money, we're going to lower your property taxes, and then the bill wasn't out on the webpage till after 10:30 at night. And the next day, we were in appropriations as the committee of reference to hear I think at the time it was like a 58-page bill and about 25 pages of a fiscal note. And you remember we were all here on Monday pretty late. And then we were expected to be in appropriations, committee of reference the next day, and had the opportunity to actually digest a bill that at that time I believe it was like 58 pages. It is now 64 pages. So we're trying to prepare for everything else that we're supposed to be dealing with on the floor. We're talking about land use bills, other major bills. I mean, think of all the bills that have been flying through here that we were trying to have time to digest and do our job. I mean, we have to be held accountable in our areas, from our districts to the people of Colorado, that we've actually had time to maybe study these bills. But we just aren't getting it. I mean, we had a bill introduced, as you all know, 1311, which is a companion bill to this, on Friday. On Friday. Major tax policy. And as I stated before, when we talked about 1311, we couldn't even unlock the doors for the public to get in. And no fault to the chair of the Appropriations Committee, because he was trying to do everything he could to make sure that the public had the right to come in and talk about the bill. But it was Saturday.
Senator Kirkmeyer, can you please keep your comments to the motion at hand?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So anyways, back to the bill 303. 1311 was a companion bill, is a companion bill to 303. So I was attempting to kind of show you how just the lack of public process here on major tax policy, how it relates to 303. So 303 is supposed to be a small property tax discount, or it was supposed to be a large, meaningful tax discount, but actually it's small. And the discount, it's not so much a discount. You're still going to pay increased property taxes this year by a lot. It's a small discount on an increase. So if you're thinking, Colorado, that you are going to, Coloradoans, that you are going to get a huge property tax relief, which is what you probably thought was being implied by this bill, you should probably think again. Because it's small. And when you take into account what's happening with your Tabor refund, you're getting nothing. You're going to lose your Tabor refund if you vote for Proposition HH, which is the ballot initiative that's coming forward with regard to 303. You'll lose your Tabor refund, and you'll still get an increase in property taxes. At least that's what I know about the bill as it left the House, as it left the Senate. And we're going to use those Tabor refunds that you aren't getting to ensure that the state education fund is fully funded. Or actually, it's the state public school fund gets additional dollars into it. Because what we heard on debate with regard to 303 was that we need the money for education. We need your Tabor refunds. We need to change the cap. We need to increase the revenue C cap, referendum C cap, up to now a new Proposition HH cap, which over a period of 10 years will bring into play about $10 billion that needs to go to education over the next 10 years, because we need to fund education. And as you've all heard me state, that's preposterous that we don't have the funding for education. We had this discussion during the School Finance Act, but it's preposterous to say that we need the money for education when we are sitting on over $4.6 billion in fund balances and reserves that can be used for education.
Senator Kirkmeyer, the motion on the table is concurrence with
Yes. Thank
House
you.
amendments to Senate bills. Please keep your comments to that motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So with regard to concurrence, I think before we can actually talk about how we are going to concur with Senate Bill 303 and what the House did, I think it's important that we understand what did the House actually do? What changes did they actually make with regard to 303? So one of the first bills One of the first amendments that came across that changed in the House was a J amendment, and that was in the House Committee of Reference, the Appropriations Committee. And in the J amendment, they struck lines, they were on page 61. On page 61, strike on line 1, they struck $207,000 and substituted $62,426. On page 61, line 5, they struck $207,717 and substituted $62,426. And on page 61, line 11, they struck $92,162,222 and substituted $94,162,222. So at some point, I'm going to go and find the fiscal note so that we can understand exactly what that did and the changes that are reliant upon that within the fiscal note and what that means to us with regard to the long bill and what we're doing. Then here was one of the first amendments that passed in the House. It was Amendment L045, passed in the House committee. And it amended the re-engrossed bill, page 16. See if I can find it here. And this is going to be hard to do because now I'm looking at a re-revised bill instead of the re-engrossed bill. But on page 16, line 22, it struck the word "and." Are we getting the re-revised copies? Everyone? On page 16, line 22, we struck the word "and." I'm trying to figure out which bill this is in. It must be in the bill that came from the Senate. No, the amendments that are in the House Committee of Reference are on the bill that came from the Senate. So it's going to be really difficult to try and figure out here what they actually did. So, amended third reading in the House. Shading denotes House amendments. So in the House, starting on the title, they said that the general fund money would go to the state public school fund. That would be an amendment. And to a cash fund to also be reimbursed for the reimbursements, eliminating the cap on the amount of the excess state revenues, etc. The next changes that occurred in this bill, they're not on page 6, but if you remember on page 6, we had changes in dates that occurred there. They did not change those dates. Now I'm going to part 2 to see if they made any changes in part 2 from what I can figure out in the re-revised bill. On page 9, they made changes where they added in paragraph 3, subparagraph small q, subparagraph Roman numeral 3. They made the same change on page 10 on line 11. This is the section that has to do with the submission of the ballot issue and the voter-approved revenue change. And then you get to page 11, where it appears that they added in several lines. Starting on page 11, line 18, this is shaded, so I'm assuming that means that denotes a House amendment. So they either did this in the Appropriations Committee or the House Committee, well, that would have been Appropriations, excuse me, or they did it on seconds on the floor, or they may have done it on thirds tonight. And here's what it says. If there's any money remaining after the allocation set forth in subsection 3, small b, Roman numeral 1, of this section, the state treasurer shall transfer an amount equal to the remainder of 5% of the total amount in the count for the fiscal year, or $20 million, whichever amount is the least, to the Housing Development Grant Fund created in section 24-32-721, paragraph 1, to be used to reduce the amount of property taxes that are paid as a portion of a tenant's rent through a program established under subsection 2, small letter d, paren Roman numeral 6 of said section, and then they renumbered Roman numeral 2 to be Roman numeral 3. So for those of you who don't have the bill yet in front of you, let me just kind of explain what section of the law we're in and how this is very similar to amendment that was here in the Senate that failed on a 17-17 vote. So this again is in the section. They made changes to this section. It's under 24-77-203. They made changes. And there's all of this section that talks about the changes in the valuations. But this is what happens with the Proposition HH General Fund exempt account that is created. So if you remember going back to when we heard this Tuesday or Wednesday or sometime in the last week, if you remember, we talked about that this is going to create, Proposition HH will create a general fund exempt account. And originally, the account is to consist of an amount equal to the amount of the state surplus that the state is authorized to retain. So again, they're authorized to retain the surplus. That would be the difference between the referendum C cap and the new proposed HH cap. So this account consists of an amount equal to the amount of the state surplus that the state is authorized to retain and spend under this part for the prior fiscal year. And then it goes on to say that the state treasurer shall credit all interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the Proposition HH General Fund exempt account to the account. And the money in the account for each fiscal year, beginning with 23-24 fiscal year, must be used as follows. So originally, we only had 2 Roman numerals here. And we did have some discussion, so hopefully you remember this from when we had this discussion on the floor here. But originally, the first spillover of the money that's retained was to go to, and still does, go to, the money is first used to provide reimbursements to local governments under Section 39-3-210, paren 4, paren small a, Roman numeral 2. So the money is first going to spill over into, supposedly, providing reimbursements to local governments. Then they added a new item for which the excess funds, the amount of state surplus that the state is authorized to retain, first spillover goes to reimbursements, provide reimbursements for local governments. That's the first thing. Then they added, there's money remaining after the allocation set forth in 3B, Roman numeral 1, which is the local governments. The state treasurer shall transfer an amount equal to the remainder, 5% of the total amount in the account for the fiscal year, or $20 million. So this is a little bit different than the amendment that failed, that I referred to as the I Love Renters amendment. Remember, we had an amendment, it failed here. You all did not vote for it. Well, not all of you, 17 members did not vote for it, and it failed. That amendment said that basically 5% of the total amount in the account would go to the Housing Development Grant Fund created in Section 24-32-721, paren 1. So the House, even though an amendment failed here, the House added a new place for the money to go. Thank you. The House added a new number, Roman numeral 2, a new place where the Proposition HH General Fund exempt account, where the state treasurer is to provide dollars to, in the amount of 5% of the total amount in the account for the fiscal year, or $20 million, whichever amount is the least, again, to the same place in that amendment that failed in the Senate that we're now being asked to concur with because it passed in the House. I think this is information you all would have probably have liked to heard about or been able to read or catch up on. So let me just say that again. An amendment, remember it was the I Love You amendment, I Love You Renters amendment. I Love Renters amendment, I think is what I was calling it. It failed over here, and now you're being asked to concur with something that you didn't deem worthy of your vote. This is what I mean, members, by we need to know what's in this bill before we just go off haphazardly and concur. Now, for the people who voted for that amendment, the I Love Renters amendment, you're probably thinking, great. I couldn't get it done in the Senate. The House did it. And now, blindly, we're just going to get everybody to concur with the House amendment that, again, an amount equal to the remainder of 5% or $20 million. So the House amendment's a little bit different because they put a cap on it. But I'm thinking maybe they just had to change the amendment just a little bit so that they could put their name on it, and so it wasn't identical to the amendment that I proposed. But here it is. So again, for those of you who did not vote for this amendment, please be aware that you are now asking to concur with something that you did not deem worthy of your vote just a few days prior. Then on page 12, we have to change Roman numeral 3 because it was Roman numeral 2, so we did some renumbering. And just keep in mind, this is the third pot that this money spills over into. So it goes to local governments first to provide reimbursements, and according now to the revised bill, it will go to the House's I Love Renters amendment that looks awfully similar to an amendment I proposed that did not pass the Senate. And then there's the third area that has, again, there's some shaded area here, but this is essentially that the state treasurer shall transfer the amount, if any, in the account that is in excess of the amount that will be used in accordance with subsections 3B, Roman numeral I, and 3B, Roman numeral 2 of this section. This says to the state education fund. This says that it will transfer it to the state education fund that's created in section 17. And it says, further goes on to say about how the General Assembly hereby finds and declares that public school funding consists of a combination of state and local school district revenue. And the reason I'm reading this is because there's a change at the bottom of this page. So I want to make sure that we get it, that we understand how it fits in. So this starts on line 8. On page 12 is where I'm at. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that A, that's small letter A in parens, public school funding consists of a combination of state and local school district revenue. B, under the current school finance formula, an increase in state funding can backfill a decrease in local property tax. That's important for us to all remember as you're going through this bill and you're looking at these changes. Under the current school finance formula, an increase in state funding can backfill a decrease in local property tax revenues. Reductions in property tax valuations. So remember, This is concerning a reduction in property taxes. Reductions in property tax valuations reduce the local property tax revenue collected for local governments, including schools. Money in the state education fund. So here's the connection back to the state education fund, where dollars are flowing into that on the third tier, essentially. Money in the state education fund is used to provide funding for local school districts, and here's where some of the changes come about, and it is the intent of the General Assembly that transferring a portion of the money from the account to the state education fund in accordance with subsection 3 of this section provides additional funding to local school districts in order to backfill property tax revenue reductions resulting from property tax changes. In this Senate bill, and we've got a little gap there, so I'm assuming they're going to add in 303. And here's a new change. Here's the amendment. It's on page 12. This was a House amendment. Page 12 starts on line 24. And let me just start at the beginning of the sentence again, so I'll read the whole sentence for you, and then we'll talk about what it means. It is the intent of the General Assembly that transferring a portion of the money from the account to the state education fund in accordance with subsection 3 of this section provides additional funding to local school districts in order to backfill property tax revenue reductions resulting from property tax changes enacted in this Senate Bill 23, again I'm going to fill in the gap, 303, and that the money so transferred shall not supplant general fund appropriations made for school districts' total program as defined by section 22-54-103, paren 6. Isn't that amazing? That's actually probably a pretty darn good amendment. And I at least thought so, because that's very similar to an amendment that I tried to get onto the bill regarding a maintenance of effort level with regard to school funding, that the state could not reduce its share of general fund revenues, general fund, to our education program. Because you remember the whole problem that occurred. Everybody said, we can't do that. We can't have a maintenance of effort level because, gosh, then how would we do that BS factor? If you have a maintenance of effort level, how would we not have a budget stabilization factor, a BS factor, where we don't fully fund under our constitutional requirement? And this year our buy down was $321 million that we needed. And remember, the governor's request to begin with was let's just buy down $35 million. And so I had an amendment that said our state maintenance of effort level needed to remain, mostly because of what happened this year in the Long Bill. While we reduced state general fund monies towards education, knowing that we had a $321 million requirement to buy down to fund our schools, we reduced our general fund monies by $158.5 million, while the local government district share increased by approximately, I think it was, I'm going to not get this quite right, but it was approximately $650 million. So an amendment that says that the money that is transferred, so the money from the Tabor refunds, Coloradoans, that you are not going to get. This is what this amendment is saying, and it's not necessarily a bad amendment, but just so we're clear why it's important that we're doing this, might be a point for us to concur, but again, I'm going to remind you that you all, this amendment did not pass in the Senate. So again, you are being asked to concur with an amendment on 303 in the House that you decided you should not vote for in the Senate. And it wasn't just once that this maintenance of effort level, this maintenance of effort amendment came up. It came up in the Education Committee, got voted down there. It came up in the School Finance Act, got voted down there. It came up in 303, got voted down here. So the Senate said no. Yet you're being asked tonight to concur with the House, who said yes. So did we just not get it right? Did you all understand that that amendment was in there? That the money so transferred shall not supplant general fund appropriations made for school districts' total program, as defined by section 22-54-103, paren 6. I'm thinking the good senator from Arvada probably knows exactly which section that is and what title that is, but I'm thinking that must be somewhere in school finance. I don't really know for sure, but that's where it feels like it should be to me. So keep in mind in this section, this is the state surplus that the state is authorized to retain. First bucket goes to local governments to reimburse them. Of course, there are some provisions here as to whether or not they're going to get reimbursed. Second bucket goes to what the House is, I'm going to call the House's I Love Renters Amendment, that they had to change just a little bit and tweak just a little bit, so I couldn't say, well, that was my amendment, but I'm going to say that was my amendment. They changed it a little bit. Apparently, they don't love renters as much as I do, because it put a cap on it, $20 million. They had the 5%, and then they said, or $20 million. I did not have that in my amendment. So they don't love renters as much as we tried to say we loved renters. But again, you voted that down. That did not pass, yet you're being asked to concur with it. And now we have another amendment that the money so transferred shall not supplant. So this is money that is transferred from the state surplus that the state is authorized to retain if Proposition HH. So Coloradoans, that is your Tabor refunds that you will not be receiving. That is that approximately $10 billion over the next 10 years, that if you vote for Proposition HH, you will not be getting back into your pockets. So instead of you getting a check for $750, or this next one will be for $672, we're going to transfer that into the State Education Fund. And then, so that's your property tax revenues now going to education. Again, this state is sitting on $4.6 billion in fund balances and state reserves. So maybe that is why the Senate didn't think we needed to have a maintenance of effort level for the state. Kind of really doesn't make sense, does it? We're sitting on $4.6 billion of state reserves and fund balances that are supposed to be spent or can be spent on education. And an amendment that I attempted that the Senate said no. No, the state should not have to have a maintenance of effort level. Got changed a little bit to say that these monies cannot supplant general fund appropriations to school districts. This is the Amendment 23. We're finally realizing someplace, the House finally must have dawned on them someplace for this amendment to say that we're going to finally follow the will of the voters who put in our Constitution the increase to school districts' total program funding. And we're finally going to do that by ensuring that we take your Tabor refunds, because that's the only way we can make sure we get that done. So that's what this amendment is about. So I'm just going to remind you again. Well, we were attempting to try and get this done in the Senate said no. So you're being asked to concur with something that you did not agree with in the Education Committee, that you did not agree with during the School Finance Act, and that you did not agree with in the discussion on 303. This is why it's important that we go through this and we understand what we're voting on. Not only that, hopefully the public is watching and they'll understand what kind of tax policy that we're trying to pass down here. So then you get to page 13. And there's another change. Apparently we're adding in paragraph 3, paren small b, paren Roman numeral 3, on line 15, so that it's clear that we're referring back to where the excess revenues go. And now we have a different change, though, because remember, these funds cannot be used to supplant general fund appropriations made for school districts. Now, that's not quite what I was going for, maintenance of effort level, but it's fairly close. So hopefully, as we're going through this, there'll be people that'll realize that we shouldn't be reducing the state's share, but there's no guarantees. Because we did a workaround on Amendment 23, which was a constitutional amendment. So it probably won't be difficult to find a workaround Proposition HH should it pass. But anyways, on page 13, we added in 3B, Roman numeral 3. And this is that section. So we had to make sure that we had the right number in here, because this is the section that says state education fund creation, transfers to fund, use of money in fund, permitted investments, exempt from spending limits. And it would be really bad if they didn't make the corresponding amendment here, and this still said 3B Roman numeral 2. Because remember, Roman numeral 2, 3B Roman numeral 2, is the I Love Renters, not quite as much as I Love the Renters Amendment, but the I Love Renters Amendment. So it's important that we change that up, because that would be huge if this amendment was not made. Because this says the fund consists of state education fund revenues and money transferred to the fund in accordance with Section 24-77-203, paren 3, paren small b, paren Roman numeral 3. Which again is the money that is being transferred from the Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Fund, something like that. I could probably find it here in a little bit, but it's money that's being transferred from the account to the State Education Fund in order to backfill property tax revenue reductions resulting from property tax changes. So we're backfilling all the schools. And the reason that we are backfilling all the schools and then ensuring with the amendment, and then ensuring that we make sure and have the right reference over in Section 4, but we're backfilling schools so that we don't have to increase general fund revenues to education. So what this amendment is saying, that we're adding to Section 4, we're making sure that we're getting the right reference in Section 4, that we are going to make sure that we don't supplant general fund appropriations made for school districts, because we're going to take your Tabor refunds. That's what it means when it says state surplus that the state will be authorized to retain. That's what it means when you pass Proposition HH. We're going to take what would have been or should have been or could have been your refund, your Tabor refund, Coloradoans, and we are now going to put it in to education, but we are making darn sure that the state doesn't use that money to supplant general fund appropriations made for school districts' total program. I'm telling you, I've only been on the JBC 1 year, but I think I can figure out a workaround for that right now. I think I can figure that out right now. So again, even though we're trying here, this was an idea that was somewhat presented here that the Senate voted no on. Not once, not twice, but 3 different times, said no, and you're being asked to concur with it. So again, very important that we put, that they amended the bill in Section 4, again, to make sure that the money was transferred in accordance with 3B3, Roman numeral 3, instead of 3B, Roman numeral 2. That would be a big trouble. That would be a big problem because we would have been transferring the renter assistance into the education fund. And it's capped at 20 million bucks. That would have been bad. That is not what they were trying to do. So again, we're transferring money. We're trying to say state, even though again, this is just a bill. It's just statute. Proposition HH is not constitutional, it's statutory. So voters, that means that the General Assembly can change things up. And again, if I'm sitting here thinking how I can make sure that we do supplant general fund appropriations through a joint budget, through the Joint Budget Committee and through the long bill, I'm thinking there are a couple people in this room that are smarter than me and been on the JBC longer than I have. I'll bet they can figure it out too. So there's no guarantees that your Tabor refunds are going to go to education. And there's really no reason that we're doing this to get your Tabor refunds for education because the state is sitting on $4.6 billion of fund balances and state reserves. I don't know anyone who manages their house that way, their household that way. But apparently, we're going to try to get you to vote for it so that the state can do that. State can say, I need more money. It'd be like your kid asking for more allowance. You know, maybe they're getting, I don't know, 50 bucks a month. I don't know what allowance is these days. But maybe they're getting 50 bucks a month in allowance. And they've been saving up, and they're saving up, and they've put into their pocket. They've got in their bank, they've hid it under their bed, under their mattress someplace, $5,000. So they've got their own little reserve account sitting under their mattress of $5,000. And they come to you as their parent and say, I need more of your money. I just don't have enough money to go buy that new Xbox game. I just need more of your money. Mom, Dad, that $50 you're giving me per month is just not enough. You didn't account for inflation. I've been working harder. I'm older. I should get more money. And then they get more money, and they don't go spend it on an Xbox game. They go blow it at Dave & Buster's. What a waste. What a waste. But in the meantime, they didn't really need the more money to go buy the Xbox game because they had squirreled it away underneath their mattress. So like their own little reserves, their own little account balance there. That's what this is saying. Coloradoans, we want your excess funds, your Tabor refund. We don't think you should have it. We think we should get it so that we can continue our spending, preserve our level of spending, and do more spending, and grow government farther. because we need your money for education when we're sitting on $4.6 billion of fund balances and reserves. All right, moving on to page 14. I don't see any shaded areas here, so they didn't make any changes to page 14. Because this is essentially section 5. This is essentially section 5, which speaks to the annual financial report and the certification of excess state revenues. So they didn't need to make any changes here. They didn't add any amendments here. So no worries. This section is just about what the state controller shall prepare a financial report. Apparently they didn't see any need for that, to make any changes there. So the state controller will still prepare a financial report for the state for purposes of asserting compliance with the provision of this article. And they didn't make any changes to this. The financial report shall be audited by the state auditor. That's good. Somebody needs to make sure that the state controller is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and it gets audited by the state auditor. So that would be good. Because that financial report that they didn't change will be prepared pursuant to this section, shall include but shall not be limited to the state fiscal year spending. Always good to know what your government is doing with spending. Those reports are a little dry and a little long and a little hard to read, but we didn't make any changes there. Nothing in here about how we should make the report easier for Coloradoans, for our taxpayers to understand, but we didn't make any changes in section 5. Then there's section 6. It's on page 14 as well. It starts on page 14. Limitation on property tax revenue, temporary property tax credit, governing body override, notice, and definitions. Okay, so they didn't make any changes to the definition for inflation. It still means the annual percentage change in the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index for the Denver Aurora Lakewood, for all items paid by all urban consumers or its applicable successor index. They didn't make any changes to that. I'm on page 15, line 4, for those of you who are following along, because you want to make sure what you're voting on, because you were asked to concur to this. So they didn't make any changes to local government, which means a governmental entity authorized by law to impose ad valorem taxes on taxable property located within its territorial limits, except that the term excludes school districts. Sorry, that's really important. Local government excludes school districts, which is, I don't know if you actually ever read that in the original bill, but that's amazing. Because now we have a new definition for local government that's a lot different than some of our other statutes. But they didn't make changes to this in the House. They didn't make changes to the property tax limit definition. That still means the limit established in subsection 2 of this section on a local government's property tax revenue for a property tax year. Property tax limit. They didn't make any changes to it. They didn't make any changes for the property tax years commencing on and after January 1st, 2023. A local government's property tax revenue for a property tax year shall not increase by more than inflation. So they did not make any changes to that. A local government's property tax revenue for a property tax year shall not increase by more than inflation from the local government's property tax revenue for the prior property tax year, unless the governing body of the local government approves the increase in accordance with the subsection 4 of this section. So apparently where we had discussion about this approving, the governing body just unilaterally approving the increase, and remember we had an amendment that said you had to go for voter approval. I don't know if they had one of those amendments over in the House, but if they did, it must not have passed because they did not make a change to the bill. So I suppose that's good news for some people, but for the good senator from Logan County in Peltonia, it's not good news to him because he thought that local governments should have to go to a vote of the people before they approve an increase. So didn't make any changes there. They talk about, didn't make any changes where they talk about the limit set forth in subsection 2A of this section. Probably because that goes back to the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics. So they didn't make changes to that. They didn't make changes to the year that it's based on, December 15th, or the calendar year that is available as of December 15th. They did not make changes there. They didn't make changes on for the purpose of calculating the property tax limit. I'm on to page 16. Doesn't look like they made any changes to Roman numeral I. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation for the assessment within the taxing entity for the preceding year. So they didn't make changes there because it's as defined in the property tax administrator in the manuals prepared pursuant to yet a different law. So no changes there. So there weren't any mistakes made there. Doesn't appear that they made any changes to Roman numeral II. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation for assessment attributed to the change in law for a property tax classification or to the annexation or inclusion of additional land, the improvements thereon, and personal property connected therein within the taxing entity for the preceding year. So they didn't make any change there. I know I read that kind of quickly, but hopefully you're following along. So again, no changes in Roman numeral II on page 16. Doesn't appear they made any changes to Roman numeral III on page 16. Property tax revenue for property that had previously been omitted from the assessment roll. So these are properties that are excluded from the property tax revenue for the property tax year. Did not make changes there. Roman numeral IV. Property tax revenue abated or refunded by the local government during the property tax year. No change there. That still is excluded from the property tax revenue for the property tax year. Roman numeral V. Property tax revenue attributed to previously legally exempt federal property that becomes taxable if such property causes an increase in the level of services provided by the local government. So that no changes there in number 5. Again, so they're still excluded from property tax revenue for the property tax year. So that makes sense. It's legally exempt federal property. Of course you would exempt that. They pay payment in lieu of taxes in most cases. So that makes sense. Then there was Roman numeral VI. Any amount for the payment of excess incurred in the reappraisal of classes or subclasses ordered or conducted by the State Board of Equalization for the payment to the state of excess state equalization payments to school districts. Anyone ever noticed how we're really good at run-on sentences? Putting it in law? Yeah, just like that bill title. No changes. Good news. Bad news if you're a teacher, English teacher, and you look at grammar. But pretty hard to follow along on that one. But no changes, so that's good news. Then on page 17, we've got some changes. We've got some shaded area. So let me just kind of start at the top here because the changes, just so you can follow along. So this says, this is B. 3A was for purposes of calculating the property tax limit, property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax revenue for the property tax year. So that was A. And then we have B, which is for purposes of calculating the property tax limit, property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax revenue for the property tax year and the prior property tax year. So here we go. Roman numeral 1 has a shaded area. We must have taken out an and. So Roman numeral 1, so remember this is for purposes of calculating the property tax limit, property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax revenue for the property tax year and the prior property tax year. And Roman numeral 1 is property tax revenue from producing mines or lands or leases or leasehold producing oil and gas. So they are excluded. They're excluded in the calculation of the property tax limit. And then we must have removed an and. And then in Roman numeral 2, we added in some information. So in Roman numeral 2, again, for purposes of calculating the property tax limit, property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax revenue for the property tax year and the prior property tax year, an amount to provide for the payment of bonds and interest thereon, or for the payment of any other contractual obligation that has been approved by a majority of the local government's voters voting thereon at any election held before, on, or after November 7th, 2023. That was an amendment we added in. That was a good amendment. We protected people's bonds. Well, not people's, local government's bonding or any other contractual obligation that they had that their voters approved of. Okay, then we get to Roman numeral 3. And there are changes here from the House. Any revenue from a mill levy that has been approved by voters of the local government without limitation as to the rate or amount at any election held before, on, or after November 7th, 2023.
Senator Kirkmeyer, you
Yes,
have
sir.
been speaking for longer than 1 hour, and according to Rule 16A, each senator is limited to 1 hour at one time without consent of the Senate. So the motion before the body, the question before the body, is to provide consent for the senator to continue past her 1 hour. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, no? The noes have it. Your hour has expired. The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. The motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 303. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 303.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 303. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 303, a headlong rush into the destruction of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, holding as leverage over the people of Colorado the fact that property taxes are running away and will be taxing them out of their homes. 303 presents the proposition that the only way to solve this is to kill the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I disagree completely. There is an alternative pathway before us. We could call a special session and actually deal with the issue of runaway property taxes caused by the repeal of Gallagher. There were some of us who stood in the well when we released that to the people, and the people did vote for that, not necessarily completely understanding the consequence, voted against that, saying it would price people out of their homes. Earlier this session, a Republican senator, one from, we like to joke, North Peltonia, brought a bill, 1054, he was the Senate sponsor on it, that would have frozen the existing property tax rates for 2 years while we worked through a pathway out of this property tax crisis we are in today. It was rejected. It was rejected in pursuit of a pathway that could back the people of Colorado into a corner that would force them, in order to get a modicum, a sliver, a little bit of property tax relief, to give up much of, if not most of, immediately, the refunds due to them under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and over the next several years to completely destroy, eliminate the value of tax returns to the people that is inherent in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So Senate Bill 303 is billed as, it was first billed as a tax cut, if you can believe it. Laughable. A small decrease in the increase of property taxes is not a tax cut. Well, that message went away fairly quickly because it was obvious that it was a laughable suggestion. Yet it remains a limitation on refunds due to the people under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and not even more than a 50% reduction in the rate of increase that people are suffering on their property taxes. There are pathways out. Freezing would be a simple answer. Just pause the rates where they are. There is under consideration, and we're doing some development right now with the fiscal analysts here in the Legislative Counsel office, alternative ways of looking at this, where we could actually get a rate reduction for residential owners. The rate proposed in one analysis was 6.2%. That would be an 11% decrease in the current rate for homeowners and a commensurate decrease for commercial or non-residential property. The math associated with that is challenging. It would require a small investment from the general fund. It would require a small investment, but far less than the giving away of, the consumption of, the killing of $10 billion in tax refunds to the people of Colorado over the next 10 years, which 303 takes from the people of Colorado. The challenge inherent in this bill is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights creates a line on a graph above which refunds are defined, due to the people. Referendum C bent that curve up a little bit. Referendum HH, which this bill would refer to the people, bends the curve up even more, and that's what eliminates over time the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds due to people. But that's not the most offensive part of the bill. The most challenging and offensive part of this bill is it tells the people, you must, in many ways, vote against your own self-interest by passing through this Proposition HH if you have any desire, any hope of tax relief. That is an unacceptable answer for the literary among us. It's Damocles' sword hanging over the taxpayer's head, saying, the sword will fall and cleave your head from your shoulders. Tax, that being, the metaphor being property taxes running away to the point that you can't afford. If you aren't willing to give up a substantial portion of your Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund in the current year and all of it over time. I have a limited amount of time here to talk through this, and so I won't go into the details of the other elements. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at on time. Another 15, 20 minutes?
Are you asking if you are over the 5 minutes that you agreed to? Or
well, I guess that would be one way of
or
looking.
under the 1 hour that's allowed in the rules?
Fair enough. Let me.
The answer is yes to both questions.
Fair enough. Let me just summarize by saying this. There is a pathway forward, a better pathway forward that I believe we all could come together on. And instead of moving through this bill, which is now 1 week old in its consideration through both chambers, 1 week we've had this bill. Not one Republican senator, not one Republican representative laid their eyes on this bill more than a week ago. And yet we have ideas that are valuable to the conversation. We have ideas that I believe if we let iron sharpen iron, we could get to a better answer, a better policy answer. And the pathway to that is to call a special session. Mr. Governor, I ask that you call a special session so that we may directly and conclusively provide property tax relief to the people of Colorado without requiring them to give up the refunds due them under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that they are properly owed. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 303. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 303 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, message from the House.
May 8, 2023, Mr. President, the House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 is printed in House Journal May 8, 2023, and as repassed the bill is so amended, the bill is returned herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 271 as printed in House Journal May 8, 2023, and as repassed the bill is so amended, the bill is returned herewith.
Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 88?
Senate Bill 88, Senators Pelton B. and Fields, Representatives Winter T. and Martinez concerning an offender's eligibility for release from confinement.
Senator Fields. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88.
Is there any discussion?
Members,
Senator Fields.
Members, because of the not passing of CCJ Commission, this bill, Senate Bill 688, was to report back on this bill in reference to a sentencing structure. And because CCJ is sunset, we needed to change the reporting day criteria to make sure that we were able to get the outcome that we wanted from this bill. So basically, CCJJ will report before they sunset and have recommendations on who might pick up the rest of the work. So we're asking for an aye vote.
The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 88.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from Aurora and I had a long discussion this right before session about this bill and how important it is to both of us. Both of us have had tragedies in our families, and my family member is a police officer, was a police officer at Fort Lupton. He's now in Brighton, but he was shot in the face by a young man who had some issues, and he was sentenced to 96 years. When I asked him how many years that his perpetrator or an assailant would serve, he had no idea. So that's what this bill come from. He said he got 96 years, but he didn't know how much time he would actually serve. So that's why this bill came in fruition. The good senator from Aurora has told us her story a lot, and I appreciate her for helping me with this bill. But that was the reason for this bill. That was the reason because victims have the right to know how much time that their offender is spending behind bars. And I think that should be the victim's prerogative to have that knowledge. So I thank you for making this. I feel like that it's just a little shameful that, or not shameful, I would never use shameful in this chamber, but it just feels a little frustrating to me that we would get rid of the CCJJ at such a time when there's so many reforms that need to happen and so many victims that need to have some solace in what's going on in their lives. So thank you. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 88.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the lead prime sponsor on this bill. We talked over the summer, and he told me his story, and it was similar to mine. My story was that there's 4 offenders that were responsible for murdering my son. And one of them was put in community correction. He was supposed to be given 30 years, and he only did 20% of his time. And so he was put in community correction, and then from community correction, he was released with no further supervision, without notification to me. So of course we had to put together a safety plan because we had no idea. We thought 30 years. He ended up only doing 12. So we wanted to partner to get a sense of what truth is there in